Hello everyone, I wish you a good evening. Sorry for being so late as always. But here we are. And I hope you had a fantastic day. Well, I heard in some cases people had a terrible day. But maybe if your day was not great, it gets better now. Because we're going to sit here together and watch the first Hobbit film. Which I know is not, at least not my favorite film of the Hobbit films. But yes, still pretty fun. We can watch it together. Sorry for the delay. But yeah, you know this by now. I'm very bad with time. It's just that simple. Technically, I was really good in time, but then some organization things happened, and I had to basically organize something last minute for tomorrow, and so on. It's complicated to explain, but yeah, then suddenly it's late. Whatever, chat, we are here, and I'm glad that you are here as well. Welcome, Rosemary and Time Lord Boy. Good name, by the way. Mari is here, Aris Aurelian is here, Joe is here. Alexi is here. Did he say watch the first one? No, maybe I said it, but we watched the second film. That's the idea. Mark is also here. Good evening. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, not sure. How do you people like the second Hobbit film? Do you think the third Hobbit film is worse or better than the second one? In my opinion, tough to decide, I have to admit. Go straight to Fellowship? Yeah, but what are we going to do on Christmas then? Third one is worse. I don't know. Maybe it is. I think both have their moments for sure. Even the third one. I've only seen it once on a plane when it just came out. I've actually never seen the third one, I think. Oh. I have to admit, after the second one, my expectations for the third one were so low that the third one is, in my book, kind of okay. We can watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy twice. Yeah, that might be an option. I think you are onto something there. Yeah, don't worry. Cannot. What about third Lord of the Rings watch party? I watch it every year anyway. It would be awesome, by the way, if like the anime film of the Rohirrim turns out so well that we also include it in our watch party or something. You know? Of course, it has to be on streaming services, Blu-ray, whatever, out for this to make kind of sense, but until then, second one's the worst as far as I can remember. Yeah, I also felt like after the first film I was kind of, yeah, that was not bad. It had its moments, some problems here and there, but overall I found it okay. And then the second one came out and thought, okay, did these people read the same book as I? But yeah, good old film. I have the timer set up, that's good. We started 0. We watched the extended edition of the Desolation of Smaug. Smaug, however pronounced. If somebody has like a technical problem or has to switch DVDs, you can say stop, and then we stop for a moment. Or just switch it and catch up or whatever. However you prefer to do this. Billy Connolly as the Dwarf King is dumb. And that silly romance meets its ending. Yeah. I think you mean the first movie was okay. Okay to good with some bad moments. The other two were the reverse. For sure. So how are we going to do this, chat? I vote for Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves watch party. Is this the Dungeons and Dragons film that came out some time ago? Like 2 years, or I forgot when exactly, but not that long ago. Which got some decent reviews, I think. I mean, there's an ancient Dungeons and Dragons movie which is supposed to be absolutely terrible, but I don't know. A year and a half ago, yeah, something like that. Is it somewhere on a streaming service or so? I also heard good things about it, I think. I think I forgot, or I missed to watch it in cinema, if I remember correctly. Oh, Netflix, okay. It was something I wanted to do. It had to do with production stuff, but I forgot what it was. I have the scene here. I can watch the film. You have the timer, which is all you need, I think, to watch the fun stuff here. Who knows how long? Yeah, for sure. The question is a bit... Man, what was something I wanted to do? I forgot what it was, chat. Yeah, now I remember, kind of. Strange things are going up. Sorry for being so silent. I just need to figure something out really quick. Otherwise, it will cause problems. News. Extended edition. May I pop this thing here out? In the meantime, I have a question. Yeah, feel free to ask. No GPU glitches this time. Yeah, maybe that's a good point. Check. Currently everything seems to be fine. We're not dropping frames, so that's good. I don't understand why this... Now it worked. It's so strange. In my other browser window, the chat just kind of takes always forever. Does it have to do with this thing? No, it does not. Was all the stuff with Sauron's fortress, Dol Guldur, and what? Tolkien, I meant. A Tolkien. Basically, the question is if the Dol Guldur stuff is something Tolkien invented or Peter Jackson. No, that is actually invented by Tolkien. And the difference, though, is that in Tolkien's universe, this takes like millennia, and in the... not millennia, but centuries, and in the film it happens kind of in parallel, while from the book perspective, the thing... would actually work, chat. From a book perspective, the thing is kind of different. There, basically the attack on Dol Guldur happens during The Hobbit, but all the other stuff happened long before. That's kind of the short summary of that. I still think the entire Barrel Rider sequence was added so they could make an amusement park log ride. It's kind of possible. I think I have a video about the Watchful Piece that kind of covers this and the time around it. Worst scenes. I promise we need to collect scenes then. And I want to start the film in a moment, so we don't get too late, because I'm always wasting a lot of time. Currently, I had an interesting idea, chat. And this idea I currently try to make reality. That's why I'm kind of not really in the flow of talking. If that makes sense. I had an interesting super idea. That should actually work. All I need to do now is cut it, trim it down a bit. And then... the problem is I could also do this with Twitch, but it gets complicated, so we don't do that. What else do we need? We need a filter for this, and then I have to make it a bit transparent or whatever. What is it? Color correction, I think it is. Let's see if this looks kind of good. My idea is we could just include the chat. Make it a bit smaller, and can we maybe put it here? I don't need this one. Ha! Got it, chat. Look at this. Now I have chat on screen. Isn't that cool? So many people in the future can now read what's going on, though. There is a replay of the chat anyway, so I don't know how useful this is. But maybe people on Twitch can then see what the YouTube people are writing. I still wait for you to show us the location of the tree Bilbo climbs on the map. Okay, will be a challenge, I think. Fancy, fancy. Yeah, it is really fancy. I think it's okay. Is it too distracting or so? The problem is I need to, like, a problem I have is I need to use an account that is not an admin. Because otherwise, let's say some nasty messages are written in chat. Then you can see them on the screen here if I do it like this as well. It's kind of a little bit complicated to say the least. But I think I'm not admin here in this account. I at least hope. Maybe it is admin. That's kind of scary. How come you're not an owner? It's on a different browser where it's a different account. I'm logged in there with... In theory, I could just go to settings and remove the moderator. I think that is a moderator, actually. I can remove stuff. TPH Games. Which account am I logged in? Archives. So I have to remove archives, right? Yes, it worked. Okay, awesome. Now this account is not a moderator anymore. Nice. Better. Okay, now I'm kind of surprised. Huh? I think did I capture the wrong window, chat? Yeah, I did. I think I captured the wrong window though. Oh. Okay, chat, we have to... That's the right window, chat. Just wondered. I'll make it bigger. I have to cut it a bit down. Okay. Now it should work. Nice. Okay, sorry, chat, for all the stuff here. But maybe that's a good addition to the stream. Can maybe cut off the side part here a bit. Like this. Now we should be good to go. Let me just talk a bit. I can maybe make it a bit further up. Something like that. Okay. Fancy. High point of my day. Also, I just got a response email for my request for a lyric sheet for the mining song Return to Moria. I used my Kuzdul name in correspondence. Okay, Grimace. That sounds pretty cool. High point of my day. But it's pretty cool that they answered your request there. It would be nice addition to the movie. What? I'm not sure what you mean. The menu screen of the movie goes through Bjorn's house. There are a chessboard. Chess is in the middle of Middle Earth. Well, there's also golf in Middle Earth, Mark. So as a result, why not? We are going on an adventure. Side panel. What side panel? and tobacco and tomatoes. Maybe were they removed? I forgot how the story was. The New World vegetables. I'm just confused, Alexi. That's all. But yeah, shall we slowly get into the state of being ready to watch a stream? On occasions, Björn would court an orc and try to teach him chess play. That would be fun. Or he plays with his other bear friends. That would also be an option. Now that I've recently looked a bit into the early right versions of The Hobbit, I forgot if the scene is actually now in The Hobbit. In the book. Isn't it that Frodo wakes up in the book at night or something and notices that Beorn is gone, and then outside there's like a meeting of bears or something like that? Meanwhile running the BBC radio drama of Lord of the Rings. The idea of the dancing bears was born, later even brought to Numenor, as we know from Peoples of Middle-earth, but whatever, chat. Are you ready to watch the film? We can still talk nonsense during the watch. I have a question for Chris. Why do elves have wine? I don't know, because they are thirsty? My body is ready. Nice, Arthurian. Yeah, Sylvan elves get drunk, apparently. It seems like, yeah, I don't know, maybe they like to drink wine. Only grey elves are immune. Twilight elves exclusively. Yeah, but you don't drink wine to get drunk. I mean, you can, but you can also enjoy the taste of the wine, you know? Maybe that's the reason why they get wine. Yeah, it seems like it, that this is the reason why they sent the barrels down the river. I could also imagine that. They have wine because Pepsi hasn't been invented. Yeah. Turning away from the light of the Valar allows for susceptibility to alcoholism. Yeah. Kind of. So since people are ready and still talking funny things, first of all, I need to get my thing here, my production, in a way that we can work with it. Second, I have to make sure that you don't hear the this stuff. Okay, so I'm ready. My screen is black. It sits at hopefully the right scene. Yeah. And I'm at 0. All I say is professionally nonsense. Yeah, it's kind of what I also do. So I can relate. However, I would say give you a countdown from 3 down to whatever to go, and then we start the film together. I will also start try to start the timer closely to when I hit the play button. That's kind of how it works, and then you can synchronize with it. I have the the Blu-ray version. I don't have to switch discs, so for me there will be no disc break. If you have a break or need to break or whatever, say stop for a moment, then or either switch the disc and catch up. Who bets the Eagles got the dwarves to the between the movies? Similar to soccer darts throwing 9 pins from Osborne. Doesn't seem too strange for them to have chess. Yeah. But yeah, so before we lose too much time. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ah, it will be nice. I kind of forgot what how it started and stuff. It's a nice scene that we learn. Here's Peter Jackson cameo eating his carrot again. And here we see Thorin. There are different versions how this worked. Either on the road they meet on to Bree or they meet in Bree. It's not 100% clear. I forgot which version is the official one, to be honest. But if they met in Bree, it would be very likely that that's the daughter of Peter Jackson, by the way, I think. Yeah, in Fellowship of the Ring, his cameo is also in Bree. Faces. That's a cool scene in my opinion. I really like these prancing pony Bree scenes for some reason. There in the background they're also playing, what is it? Mühle? We're not sure what it is in English. Yeah, the prologue is pretty cool. Checkers, I think. Yeah, I think so too. Might be checkers. That's Dame. I don't know. Okay, it's just called mill. And checkers is Dame, as you say. Interesting, or what is inconsistent here, in the scenes before, his father lost an eye, like he was shown with only one eye. Now he has both eyes back. But it would have made sense that he has both eyes here because he lost his eye in this battle. The waitress is Peter Jackson's daughter. From him and Fran Welch, I think, that is the daughter. Or these, Fran Welch is the mother and Peter Jackson the father, if I'm not completely mistaken. Forgot her name though. She's also in the first film, but that she's just a child. She's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 at this time. She's listening to when Bilbo tells a story and the children are sitting there. She's also sitting there as a Catherine Jackson. Oh, Bart's daughters are played by the daughter of a Beaufort actor. That's interesting. You can see it in X-ray. Nice. Now that's a cool feature, the X-ray thing. I'm watching on over Blu-ray though. You hear the drive noise of my PlayStation 4 in the background somewhere. I thought Bart's kids were the Jackson kids. No. That were the Beaufort actor kids. Yeah, those scoundrels don't want to deal with Gandalf. I can't blame them. We need a burglar. There is the burglar. Yeah, that's true. It's not the best for this secret private conversation. It's not the best place. But yes, it would be less cinematic, I agree. The Desolation of Smaug. The bear glare. Strong, Mark. None. Let's just go to his house. The sphere looks kind of nice, I have to admit. Yeah, these landscape shot scenes and walking around, it's pretty cool. Look how much time they take to move them from A to B. Sure, you could argue the distance is not the best. Like the feeling how much distance they just walked. Nobody just pulls up the thing. Or was the only one who wanted salad in the books? Yeah, exactly. That was a point. Like in Rings of Power, they were just teleported. The freeloading dwarves, yeah. Björn's living is depicted very decently. Yeah, I would agree. The house is pretty nice. I want to be able to turn into a bear. Why that? There we have bulk. Master has summoned him. Well, it's unfortunate. Another chess game. I think my boss wouldn't be so mean to me if I was 3 meters tall bear. Yeah, I see the point. Mr. Mouse survived the siege of Eregion, yes. That's the lore of this mouse we have seen there. Dogodo looks pretty cool in my opinion as well, if I'm honest. Nice family. Yeah, in the extended edition there are some additional scenes. I think that's one thing where the extended edition kind of shines a bit. Like certain motives and how one scene comes to another and so on are a lot more clear in the extended edition because of these added scenes. Suddenly things make more sense. USBs are purely for 3D, yes. Yeah, it was changed, I think. It was something with the other orc that we see, which is also only in the extended edition. They want to cut off Gandalf's hand or something. I forgot what the background story of that was. He eats a carrot there, so back to the salad mention. This scene is absolutely hilarious in the book. Fat Forward very 2010s, yeah. No, not a dwarf. You are absolutely right. The brothers. Balin. I don't want your service. One more. I think this scene is also quite longer than the actual theatrical release. I haven't seen the theatrical version of this in ages. This is an interesting quote. I have to admit, the size stuff is pretty cool. You had to like duck. By the orcs I hate more. The eyebrows are nice, yeah. Now we come to the tombs again. The high felt is a movie invention. No, they didn't do that. So there is, I think, also the distinction between crows and ravens. One the dwarves think is on the allies of the dwarves, and the others are potentially the enemy. Actually, Beorn doesn't care for what Saruman says because he doesn't know him. While Gandalf, he got to know at least and wants his opinion. Now, for example, in the book we have Roak. They can even speak, if I remember correctly. Here's where Gandalf now leaves. There was communication between ring bearers. Maybe. This scene with Bilbo is confusing in the cinema cut. Yeah, I think as that things become a lot clearer. Antiquated pronunciation of the TH. I mean, kind of fits. Someone should complain to the elf for mismanaging the road. Very sloppy. Elrond would have never let this happen. But yeah, things become a lot clearer in the extended editions of The Hobbit, I feel. Well, that will be fun. Mirkwood, aptly named. Now, what's interesting, there is, I forgot the old English name, mentioned it in a video of mine somewhere. There's some inspiration for the, in Old Norse, there is a name, Myrkviðr, I think it's pronounced. Yeah, that can be translated to kind of Mirkwood. play some part in some mythology in the Edda and so on and so forth. It's mentioned. So that's a realm, potentially an inspiration for Tolkien to come up with this. The lightest first. That would be Bombor then. If Bjorn got the ring, he would not be a ring bearer, but a ring bear. Yeah, strong. Good at climbing, this Bilbo. Yeah, completely safe. Easy to do. Oh, Robert. Nice to see you. From Colorado, United States. Nice, and glad you found your way to this place. Here we have the white stag, I think you call it. It is also something rooted in mythology. No, I'm muted. Why, chat? I eat my little snack here. The question is, how long am I muted? Sorry, chat. I was just telling. When I saw the film, I also thought, yeah, makes sense when he takes a ring. When he takes the ring, that he does the what does it say? When he takes the ring, he can understand the spiders in this regard. Here we got the name for the sword. But yeah, sorry for being so silent. Welcome, and then I'm not sure if I welcome then Robert. Welcome, Robert. Nice that you made your way to this stream. Kind of confused now how long I'm muted. Man, I hate when this happens. I was eating a snack and I mute myself so you don't hear me knuspering, as we say in German. And then I forgot to unmute myself. Oh no, not the ring. But yeah, in the book, they can hear the spiders talk without the ring. I forgot about that detail. So I said it wrong in the past. It's interestingly. Let's look into the book and noticed, oh. When they crossed the river. Oh no, it was a long time ago. That's also a nasty scene. There's some nasty scenes in this film. All spiders descendants from Ungoliant, or from Shelob then indirectly. I guess. Well, not all spiders. But the big evil ones, potentially. Dwarf punches the spider with his bare fist. Love it. This is such an interesting scene with the spider offspring, little spider. And how he kind of sees, oh no, almost the spider got the ring almost. Very interesting to see how it's an interesting scene in my opinion. Bilbo kind of losing control at the beginning. He is like, oh no, I forgot my handkerchief, and now he kills the spiders. The spider scene, I'm not sure if there's still there's still a spider scene. No, it's not over yet. Tauriel has to kill the final spiders. I think now the spider scenes are over. That's private. This goblin mutant. My son Gimli. It's kind of a cute scene in my opinion. Actually, yeah, he's not untrue. It's not his kin directly because Legolas is a Sindar, not a Noldor. But I guess they are distantly related. Mutant. Legolas knows about DNA. But yeah, it's kind of interesting in this regard. That's also a cool scene because it's not clear if Bilbo made it in at the time. They don't solve this information immediately. All the knives. No rain so good drinking up. So technically the kin now it depends if Thranduil is related to Elwë. If he is, then they could say they are kind of related because very distantly though. Because Turgon's father Fingolfin is a brother of Finarfin, and Finarfin married a Tiller elf, and this Tiller elf is related to Elwë. So they're not directly related, but kind of distant family, if that makes sense. Love Thranduil. Yeah, Thranduil is very popular in the Hobbits. Every time I put a Thranduil in a thumbnail, I get a lot of views on the video. It's kind of fascinating. Tuesday already begins, yes. Are these two who allegedly had a flare on set? I don't know. Very strange scene. I don't know if elves can do this. Not sure what the idea behind this scene in particular is. There's a reference to this in the book. There were other dragons in the north. There was a war between dwarves and dragons. Shatha was in this region as well. But yeah, there's no reference for this, I think, in the books. Like, I'm not aware of. Maybe somebody knows something, feel free to post it, but I'm not aware. Now Thran will drink some wine from Dorwinion. Very interesting detail. Mari, welcome. Nice to see you. No, Thranduil is Sindar on the Noldor. And Sindarin elf. The difference between a Sylvan elf and a Sindar elf. The Sylvan elves are though related. Both, like the Sindar and the Sylvan elves, were once originally Teleri. So there's 3 elven clans: Vanyar, Noldor, and Teleri. And when they were on the great journey from where the elves awoke to Aman, they had to cross a big part of Middle-earth. And the Sylvan elves, which are part of a group called the Nandor, they settled basically. They did not cross the Misty Mountains. They kind of stood there and stayed there and settled there in this region. So around, I don't know, Lothlorien, Greenwood the Great, and so on. So there Nandor elves live. They did not complete the Great Journey. And then the other Teleri moved further to Beleriand, to the west coast back in the First Age. And then Elwë on the way was lost because he met Melian. And then they were kind of frozen in this moment for a long time, seeing each other. They fell in love and so on, and it took like centuries. And the Teleri had to decide, because Elwë was their king, they had to decide, what are we going to do now? Do we leave our king behind? And then they waited for a long time. And then when said, well, you have to go now, people. Then Olwë basically decided to take command. And then a group stayed back in Middle-earth to wait for Elwë, and the others went on the island that was then moved by Osse and Ulmo, or through Osse, through Ulmo using the powers of Osse, over to Aman. And then there's some Teleri that actually reached Aman, and their king is Olwë. And then the elves that stayed back in Middle-earth, these are the Sindar elves under Elwë, who became Thingol with his wife Melian. And the Sindar is this particular group of Beleriand elves. And the Sylvan elves are further in the east. And settled there. And then later, the Sylvan elves took some Sindar kings when they, after the downfall of Beleriand, the Sindar had to find new homes and so on. And then they mingled again with their old friends, so to say, the Nandor elves, and the Sindar became their kings, interestingly, in some places. So in the case of Thranduil, or if you believe he existed, his father, Orofer, like, depends if you count this version as canon or not. And then in Lothlorien, of course, there was another elf, Lord Amdir, or Malgalot, I think is his name, as well, like Tolkien had different names for him. And he became then the father of Amros. Another version, it's Amros himself who becomes king there, and Galadriel leaves this place behind. Amros rules it then, and later returns. It's complicated. No more booze for the keeper of the key. Yeah, this stuff is very different. The keeper of the keys. Don't be confused with the keeper of the bees. It's also very goofy, but I kind of find it funny how... I also find it very nice of them to wait here. Now they have this awesome log ride for amusement park. It's awesome. I find the camera work very weird in this particular one, because they use these almost like as if they would have using GoPros on their heads or something. And some of this works kind of fine, but the other stuff sometimes looks very strange. It's of course very different from how it is in the book. I don't mind Tauriel. I don't. I think the character is in a strange position because it doesn't exist in the books. I don't mind her too much here in this film. I think, like I don't know. It's just how the character's written and how it's bind into the story that doesn't really work for me. But I wouldn't say it's the fault of the actress. Oh boy, cutting off the head here. Kill the she-elf. That must have hurt. Yeah, okay, that's a minor detail, in my opinion, that they would not be able to differentiate the elves. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Lose the, get rid of the love triangle and Tauriel kind of works. Some badass elven orc captain that does some fighting. It's now, sometimes they cut these weird... a lot of CGI. This scene with the barrel and bomb. That's just so over the top. Also like how they always have a barrel, a free barrel right next to them. These scenes, yeah. Riley loves his headbutt. Yes. Nicholas, acrobatics dialed up to 11. Yes. The scene is the epitome of only because you can doesn't mean you should. Now physics goes to die. This scene must give Lucas a heart attack. Yeah, the second part of the ride is very unnecessary. Now we come to this another strange edition of the Hobbit films. They try kind of to explain where the Nazgul come from. They earlier said something like, I remember a time when a dark shadow ruled here, or whatever. But thinking about that, when was this exactly? Because that never was. Like, if he references Angmar, and means the Witch King was something like this, because you're talking about this particular place. I'm not sure if Angmar stretched over the Misty Mountains to Rovanion, to be honest. I don't think so. Are elves Jedi? I think not. Orcs be like witches. Orcs in daylight, not quite right. Yeah, that's also kind of a problem of the scene. The scene just ignores a lot of things. What meant the criticism? As a joke. Ah, okay. I kind of like this place, how it looks, and so it looks really kind of forgotten and like a lost place where you don't want to be, and they have to now explore this particular place. So in this regard, I kind of like this. But it's strange, because the yeah, because the what's it called, the Nazgul never died. The place still feels Middle Earth, unlike so many. Yeah, it kind of works. How did they get the Nazgul? Well, they captured the Nazgul and put them in chains and buried them there. However, they did this. But of course, the Nazgul were never captured or defeated. They also never died or were buried in any way. They were just transformed. They were also invisible when they became the Nazgul. which was already the case in the Third Age, when Angmar was a thing. So they invent this little background story for no apparent reason. I don't know why. Nothing. They got stuck out of phase or something, kind of like what happens to Saruman. Now, we can read that when they start wearing the 9, they can become invisible, if they will. And at some point, they will be invisible permanently. Enter Bound the Archer, I mean Bowman. Should every elf archer have centuries more training than a man? Yeah, that's true, but Bard is kind of very talented and insane dude. Technically, every elf also should have gotten more sword combat than a young Tuor. Still, Tuor defeats Maeglin. My impression is that both Del Toro and Jackson just really like scary stuff, yeah. General Kenobi, the negotiator, made Balin the negotiator. You know nothing, Jon Snow. It's funny that Gandalf is so great with fireworks, but stop there. He's so close to artillery, surface to air missiles, and he doesn't even know it. the set you free thing is a strange thing in my opinion. That's what actually Sauron says to Gorlim, I think. I think he said he would unite both of them. It's kind of evil in a way. It's unusual for an elf, I feel. From the last alliance, yeah, maybe. That's a long time ago from this perspective. Dwarf blood. Screw me. That I muted my microphone. That still still bugs me. It happens so often. But yeah. There are old ruins on the lake. So very interesting stuff. Lake Town theme is interesting. Yeah, I also like how Lake Town looks in the distance. So I think it's a pretty cool shot. Or from the inside. But there's something. And but the score, yeah, the theme is also cool. It's a kind of a cool scene. Seeing the mountain convinces him. The lonely mountain of the barn. Still think it's an interesting scene in my opinion. He says, okay. A cool moment. It kind of underlines how important this mountain is to these dwarves. And they hated it. It was I think it was also other stuff in the book. There were like apples and I don't know what. I'm not sure if that was in the barrel scene before. I think it's a bit different in the book. Yeah, Lake Town looks pretty cool. The score is nice. There we have Alfred. I mean, that is the function of this character, that you hate him with a passion. Still, he's a bit too goofy in my opinion. He's just... Okay with Alfred. He does a cross-dress later, yeah, in the third film. He tries to disguise himself as a woman and hide. Maybe a bit too much. Oh God, the Master of Lake Town. Oh God. Get me a brandy. And Master's non-existence, Alfred is a substitute. It's an interesting decision that they split him in a way like this. Yeah, but it's not about him being queer. It's about him trying not to have to fight in the front of the army and get killed. I know what you mean. It's so disgusting, this scene. The eating. Let's give him a huge mustache and yeah, but people with a mustache, I'm not sure if this would have saved him, because the idea is basically that save the women and children and the men have to fight. And so he disguises as one of the women. I think that's the intention there. Just look up. Bollocks. Isn't this like a British word for nonsense? Not sure where it comes from. This Mr. Baggins is a word of mine. Middle English, Old English. And I would have expected that this comes from Old English. Okay, it means literally balls, so testicles in Old English. That's funny. Yeah, but I would still say, even though like dinosaur just eats and it's a bit strange too, maybe, but it's not as disgusting as in this scene, kind of. No fish were harmed. Let's see. Eye patch. Use both nonsense and balls in British English. Okay, good to know. Why are there coming dwarfs out of our toilet? Does it bring us luck? It's bollocks and brings out the plate. Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, like, this place looks cold and nasty, and I don't know. It has a lot of character. It's not a place where I would want to live, to be honest. But you can definitely even feel how it is, how it smells, how it's cold and dirty. The world of men. There we have, I think, Gideon is his name. Dong. Powering the chronicler. Roark's rule. Yeah. It looks very wintry, very November. I guess it makes sense since Durin's Day is the last day of autumn, yeah. But yeah, why is the wind, these black arrows in Dale? I'm not sure. Don't ask me. Why are these dead deer thing there? The dwarf mistrust seems very much overdone. Vard is helping them, yet they are mean to him at every turn, yeah. That's true. But they need some tension because they need to build up kind of, I don't know, the next alliance, if that makes sense. No, I'm telling you stuff you know already. That's my task. But I don't know. We have to ask Peter Jackson. Is it my task to fight Sauron? No. Your task is to tell other NPC stuff they know already. I have to give the wounded Keely. The load. Well, I should have left him home. But yeah, now they have set this stuff up, and now we get an explanation why they have to antagonize Bart for some time. I have it on Blu-ray. Dragon, Fire, and Ruin. The Naysayer. Awaken the beast, and it will destroy us all. We went to Coda this time. It seems unfair to you. The question is, was he in the book blamed like that? I don't think so. The captain was barred, grim-voiced, grim-faced. His friends had accused him of prophesying floods and poisoned fish, though they knew his worth and courage. He was a descendant in a long line of Gideon, Lord of Dale, whose wife and child had escaped down the running river from the ruin long ago. No, I don't think so. But yeah, I would agree and just try to read a bit through the Hobbit. It doesn't seem like they really blame it in the books, but yeah, it is a bit unfair. But it fits to the Bard has to redeem himself and has right in the end and has to kill the dragon, redeem his line, stuff like this. He needs a bit of, I wouldn't say character growth, but like a good motive for the story. I think that kind of works. There are some mentions of prophecies in Hobbit as well. We'll do the title soon. I think it's not that explicitly. So now that's also kind of... And that is actually strange, the hidden door detail. Like the Dol Guldur part, I kind of like they added this, even though this happens a lot. This also got extended quite a bit. In the cinematic version, we don't... Gandalf does not find Thorin's father. Well, we have a break at any point. I mean, we could make a break, chat, if you want. We can take a short break. If you like, if you desire this. The only change is that, yeah, Gandalf gets, in the film here, spoiler, captured, which is different in the books. Which makes no sense in my opinion. At least in the extended edition they have an explanation how Sauron did not get his ring. I can't find the extended version for free anymore. Yeah. Okay, chat, how about we make a short break here before Gandalf explores Dol Guldur further and can get a new tea. And then we continue in a moment. How about that, chat? I would say we stop in 3, 2, 1. Let's go before something strange starts. Hope you people don't mind. Get on. I pause the timer, yes. I did this as well. I get a new tea in the meantime. Grab a snack and then we continue. Actually not sure how much time there's actually. We are far past halftime, so there's still some stuff we have to do. Quite a lot of things. In the meantime, I don't know. I just shut up for a moment. Do we need a screen? Well, I just switched the screen. That's, I think, a smart thing to do, right? So be right back. Maybe I let an ad break run through. Then we're back in a few, like in 3 minutes or something. Let me get the timer here. Where is my timer? That is. Yeah, see you in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, Priscilla's here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Chris is going to talk about Game of Thrones and D&D. Apollo 13. Yeah, I plan on seeing it. I guess wait for reviews, but yeah, we will see. I hope it's good. Oh, interesting, Rosemary. Might be interesting. Okay, shall we continue with the timer and watching thing? Let me just bring up my stuff here back on screen. There it is. Are you ready, people? Then I count down. Oh, I gave you enough time. I think, at least. I recently got scammed by German scammers selling milk. What on earth? You made tea. Awesome. So, then 3, 2, 1. Let's go. And there he is. Like, during the, like, this of course doesn't work film-wise, book-wise, because at the time of Thorin Oakenshield's adventure, Thrain is already dead. The reason why, Gandalf got the map and the key from him when he finds him in the dungeons of Dol Guldur, which is actually something that happens in the books as well. Gandalf identifies Sauron in Dol Guldur and then leaves. But yeah, for the Milker scammers, I try not to. The back for a boss for a day off. Oh, that doesn't sound great. Just pretend to be sick. And then Rosemary's boss also goes to the Philippa Boyne thing and then say, wait, when you're sick? And then she gets into trouble. That's... Or would be my worry. I mean, yes, that is true. But it depends on your sickness. Going to a crowded place. And in addition, I don't know. Depends, I guess, what you do. Like, I think you of course, you can leave your house when you're sick and can't go to work. He has both eyes again. Like the idea from the prologue of Lord of the Hobbit that he has lost an eye, which is also in the book the case, it's completely lost. I forgot about it, something like that. The scene's also not in the cinema stuff. Also, I forgot to complete my sentence. I think you have to do stuff that you can do stuff, but it, as long as it's not in the way of you getting healthy again. At least that's the case, I think, in Germany. But whatever. I think he didn't wear an eye patch in the first film. His eye was just closed and missing and wounded. It was like a mark. So interestingly, if I remember correctly, Thror and his family escaped through this particular door. Balin was outside, I think. He was like 7 or something. So last time, Thori was like 19 already at this time when Smaug attacked Erebor. I like Dwalin's approach to just using pure force to solve problems. Shouldn't they know that this is might be useless? Let's come back in a year. I always thought the dwarves give up too fast. Yeah, I agree on that. Scene feels a bit rushed, considering we are working towards this over for so many years and also hours of this film. We failed. Well, let's go home. Let's come back in a year, and I leave the key in the meantime here lying on the ground while I go home. And when I come back in a year, it's still here, the key. This scene I find always a bit strange. I've often wondered about my father's and grandfather's escape. I see now they must have had a private side door which only they knew about. The smoke has been seen for 60 years. Do you think it's still alive? Last is the talk between Bilbo and Balin. Yeah. But yeah, I agree on the unnecessary drama there. Oh, the scene with the nuts. Don't waken it. Yeah, that would be better. And he's gone. The Wilhelm scream? Yeah, that was a Wilhelm scream. A bit ahead, Mark, but my branches. Let's not talk about that. What is my favorite movie dwarf? Yeah, for sure. Hobbit dared to go where a dwarf dare not. That's comical, but more dwarven than Thorin. I wouldn't say that Thorin is very comical, though. But yeah, I would agree, though, with the other dwarves in comparison. Okay, I now understand your sentence. You just mean he's less comical, and he's even more dwarven than Thorin. Okay, sorry, I just read this wrong. Yeah, I would agree. Muted again. I'm muted again. Yeah, I would agree. Bofo also I like quite a bit. But also, yeah, Dwalin, Balin is also my favorite dwarf. Dwalin I also like. Kind of knows how to get into trouble, I agree. But in the books, he escapes. Not sure if I was still muted when I said this, but I just repeat it again. Would like to find the Arkenstone in that mountain of treasure. Maybe enlist Scrooge McDuck. He could at least swim through it all. Regarding this prophecy thing, I looked a bit into it. There's like the line from the prophecy in the film is a bit different than in the book. The king beneath the mountain, they shouted, his wealth is like the sun, his silver like a fountain, his rivers golden run. The rivers running gold from the mountain. That's something they cried in the film. It's the Lord of Silver Fountains. So the fountain's also there. The King of Carven Stone, the King beneath the mountain, shall come into his own, and the bell shall ring in gladness at the mountain's king's return. But all shall fail in sadness, and the lake will shine and burn. That seems a bit different. If he drops the ring here. Yeah, Martin Freeman does a good job. Like, I like how he puts these little quirks in his play to portray Bilbo. Does a really good job there. Precious. The Arkenstone of many colors, I like it. What a coincidence! The Arkenstone 5 feet away. I mean, for dramatic reasons, they have to change this a little bit. No, the dragon won't kill you. Like how he has weapons in his house all the time. He found as soon as Smaug left. Yeah, something like that. LotR with all those home countries don't feel safe right now. Yeah. Attack on laid down by the orcs and the Rube Goldberg mechanism chase between Smaug and the dwarf. That's coming up as well. I don't mind the Rube Goldberg mechanism thing. Only the last part was the golden statue is nonsense. Nice moves, and then Alfred. Dong. And the master of the funny town. I know. Yeah, they have to introduce the sickness, explain that this might become a thing. Third. The Dol Guldur orcs. And now we have roof climbing orbs. Makes complete sense. Going to Lake Town and sneaking with an orc pack over the roofs. Nobody noticed that. How long would it take an army to march from Dol Guldur to Erebor? I'm not sure how much does an army can move a day. With underground ships, 20 miles. Promise I can't tell you the distance right now. Let me just check. How do I do this, chat? I need the line tool for it. Dol Guldur. Where do we have it? Here. I'd say they go straight to the forest. That are 440 pixels and straight up 780. To Lake Town or to Erebor? Well, let's go to Erebor. 780. $774 divided 250. It's 400 85 miles, I think. Straight line would be less though. They could go in a straight line 250. It would be 376 miles straight line. If they have to leave the forest and then go north, it's more. So between, I don't know, 500 and let's say what about 400 miles. So if they move 20 miles away a day, let's go with 400 miles. It's easier than they need 20 days logically, right? So it's a 20-day march for an army, but if they manage to move 20 miles a day. Yeah, 3 weeks. Plot armors of named characters. Asela. Classic. How many elves died during the earlier attack? Well, 2 elves are enough to repel the orc raiding party. Well, yeah, it's possible to move further than 20 miles a day though, but with an army, with a lot of stuff to transport and so on. So yeah. So the fighting healing, Chris, what do we know about elven healers? Since you tell us where we are, what we already know, we know that the scene is nuts because we see, I think it's called chestnuts, walnuts. I think Walnuts in English, in German. Walnuts. Walnut, not chestnut. I think chestnut's something different. Doesn't matter. But the scene is nuts, is the point. We know that the healers else believes that the dealing of death diminishes the ability to heal. Feel like, what the fuck? But yeah, it's a strange scene. This scene is so weird. I'm not sure why they need this healing scene. This weird love triangle nonsense. Castagna chestnut, okay. Witchy Tauriel, I like. Good that the dragon doesn't see them there. Classic walnuts. Not one walnut was eaten during the production of the scene. Anything can make it out of this. I like how Dwalin punches the guy when he's his other dwarf friend when they're supposed to run. How did these walks get onto this place without anybody noticing? CGI here is really bad. When they ride over the bridge. What is this long bridge? Why is there no guard? Like, does anybody just go to Lake Town? Technically a bigger knife. Well, we have fire. Hey, come on. Oh, that should work. I always wonder, like, it seems like the other dwarves kind of know Erebor to some degree as well. You know what I mean? Like, they know where the pillows are immediately, and they know this and that. But from a book perspective, they were not born in Erebor. Like, they were not. The other dwarves were, I think, mostly too young. I think Thorin and Balin are the only dwarves old enough for that. Dwalin, I'm not sure how much how much older Balin is than Dwalin. So Dwalin could also, and Balin was like 6 or something like that when Smaug sacked Erebor, and after that they lived not there anymore. The only one who actually can know Erebor is actually Thorin. Yeah, of course they have heard the stories and stuff for sure, but it's different, I think, in a giant place to navigate it when you're there the first time. You know what I mean? They seem familiar, sometimes a bit too familiar with this place, considering they weren't even born at this time. Yeah, the letter opener. I think that was in the when they were in Elrond's thing. It's about the names of the sword. Do you think this is a name? No, it's just a letter opener, not a sword. I think Balin says something like that. Oh no, water. Smaug hate bath. The gong sound in the music. Very interesting. They made maps in the Blue Mountain, of course. They studied those in preparation for the quest. There was even a test. Where's that? Where's this? Yeah, I can see this. I know you're just making fun, but for sure they could have prepared for this mission to kind of know how this place is structured. But I still think a giant place like this, it's difficult. To like get the orientation every time. It's just this minor nitpick. Maybe it's just me that feels like this. That it seems like the other dwarves also kind of know this place. Question, chat. Wouldn't that get very hot? I mean, yeah, dwarf maybe have some heat resistances for sure. Yeah, in these scenes, I think especially in this Bilbo scene, the time and space concept gets a bit lost, I have to admit. Are Thorin, Balin, and Dwalin actually a little bit older than in the book? Yeah, Thorin's the oldest in the book. It's different here, and Balin is the second oldest in the book. And here, Balin seems to be the oldest, and Thorin the maybe second oldest. Dwalin, hard to tell. I'm not sure how old Dwalin is. Okay, Balin is 9 years older than Dwalin. So I think Dwalin was not born yet. Oin also seems old in the movies. Potentially, yeah. And children, this is how Smaug became known as Smaug the Golden. Around middle of this past year in March, I was going to meet Andy Serkis, the voice of Gollum, at the Orlando, Florida Comic Con. Got 2 autographs and a photo with him. Oh, Jerry, that's pretty awesome. That's how physics work. Well, the physics here are a bit stretchable in this world, like in the Matrix, kind of. Look how the movie ends. What have we done? Yeah, the watchmen or the guards are always drunk. Okay, that brings us to the credits scene, chat. That's movie 3. So, that was the second Hobbit film. How did you like it, people? Maybe I should have really started, did you like it? And then after the movie, ask again, how do you like it now that you have seen it again? I think we did this last year. Yeah, we do this for the next movie again. It was kind of nice. It had its moments for sure, but also a lot of nonsense and weirdly added stuff where I think, why is that in the film? I liked it. I still think the first film is better, to be honest. That's not even close. It's still not very good. It was alright. What I needed tonight, I think. Well, I hope watching it with us people here in chat and writing a bit and having a bit of fun here and there is what compensates a bit for the film. I think it's okay. I like these movies better each time I watch. Guess I'm getting used to the silliness. Yeah, I can see this. Like I said, the film definitely had its moments for sure. Though there are also some moments where I always question why. But considering that the Hobbit project, the trilogy, was kind of a mess with Del Toro originally being the one who had to work on it, and Peter Jackson had to jump in and so on and so forth. It's kind of a surprise that we even get somewhat consistent here at the end. That's okayish. It's a bit unfortunate that it's not like on the level of Lord of the Rings. And I would not mind if they would add stuff to the book and change things. I don't mind that too much. I think the biggest problem is just a lot of time makes no sense. Or it feels like, yeah, I don't know. Like a stupid edition. Like if you make good editions, go for it. If you make stupid editions, then maybe leave those out. I don't know. It's still not like I had a bad time watching it, to be honest. Like there's some interesting details. It has its moments for sure, and then it also has some weird stuff in it, unfortunately. I have to admit, I kind of know Joe's feeling that I like it more than liked it last time was also the same for me. This time though, I feel like I think I reached my liking it peak already. Last time we did the rewatch, I felt like it was okay. Can live with it. There are definitely worse things I've seen this year. But still, it's not the strongest film, I think, in the Peter Jackson trilogies. Too often, too over the top in the wrong way. There's some excellent scenes mixed in. Yeah, exactly. So you definitely see the potential that could have been there. Bottom line, you can watch repeatedly, even not like other more recent stuff. Yeah. Kind of like that, I feel. I agree. Gonna put my finger on what was wrong. The score is still good. Yeah, I think that for the most part works. Yeah, I don't know what it... I don't like this Tauriel... is it Keely stuff? I don't like the Legolas orc part in it. Like overall, this whole Legolas fighting stuff takes a bit too much part in this film, which I think the film doesn't actually need. It wasn't bad, at least it made me want to go hiking. I think the Lake Town stuff worked for the most part quite well. The place, how it looks, how it feels. I think that they captured, or they made an interesting interpretation of that, I think. That was great. The Elven Kingdom, for the most part, also worked. The Old Forest worked. Beorn at the beginning and his house stuff worked quite well, I have to admit. It's a cool scene, I think, introducing this character, which becomes a bit more, a little bit more important later again. More important, but you know what I mean. It's not the most important character for the Hobbit story, to be honest, but we see him later again. That's basically what I want to tell. The Gandalf stuff mixed in between, I also don't mind, to be honest. That's also a part where I say, yeah, that's cool that they show this part, how Gandalf figured things out and so on. Though this happened mostly earlier. Much earlier in the books, in comparison. I can see why Peter Jackson makes this thing kind of parallel. Not easy to do, I think, because it's such a long time span and he has to compress it a lot for it to work. Yeah, I agree. Ian McKellen is also fantastic actor for Gandalf. Yeah, Lord of the Rings has more materials, even enough for 4 films or something, while The Hobbit has not, and so they have to add some stuff. So 4 3-hour plus, or 3 3-hour movies is difficult to make. And then they have, you need some extra stuff to fill the screen time. I wouldn't mind it too much if it would work better, but it feels sometimes a bit, like you said, over the top, a bit too silly, a bit often not elegant enough with character constellation and so on. There they kind of lost it a little bit, in my opinion. Yeah, the problem is ending the film is, I think, from a filmmaking perspective, a big problem. Like if you end the second film on a climax, on a happy end almost, like, oh, Smaug gets killed by Bard, spoiler, then, you need to tease the next conflict, and it has to be interesting enough that people stay tuned for the next film, basically, and that you can't do if you kill Smaug. I think it would feel, okay, the film ends now. The next movie, oh no, the film doesn't end, because now things happen, because Thorin goes crazy, doesn't want to keep his promise, this generates more conflict. Bilbo has in the meantime the Arkenstone and so on. And in this regard, I can understand why they ended the film here, because now we still have unfinished business for next film. It's a stronger cliffhanger than killing Smaug and try to, in the last 5 minutes, try to build up the next conflict that might arise. Because I feel like the Thorin conflict is something that needs a little bit of more explanation and needs to evolve. So killing Smaug next film is a stronger hook for starting the next film than the aftermath of Lake Town and so on, and the Thorin getting crazy, etc. Like, it's a far stronger push for next film. The next film is stretched extremely, in my opinion, already. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, definitely. Gandalf and Bilbo carry this trilogy quite a lot, I have to admit as well. Also Balin, I feel, because he's such a nice, sympathetic dwarf character. He works so well, I think, in contrast as a mentor character for Bilbo and somebody even Thorin listens to. So Balin also works well. But of course, Gandalf even stronger in this regard, but he has now different business in this film. Then you need these special Balin Bilbo moments in between here and there for it to work. I feel like, considering that Gandalf is not there anymore, I feel like that all the other dwarves had very little screen time in this film. Some more than others, I guess, but I feel like the other dwarves come very, pun intended, come a bit... Okay, we have to use the sound for it, chat. I feel like the other dwarves... do you say come short? I think it is. They come a bit short in this film. But yeah, it's strange. Like, I feel like that they definitely should have spent more time with the other dwarf characters. But now they have to introduce so many characters. Hobbit has like a character number problem. They take a lot of time, but they don't use it to characterize the other dwarves. They did this in the first film, I think, relatively well, considering how what an impossible task it basically is to introduce 15 characters plus antagonists and so on. I have quite a bit and even more characters. In this film, you have to introduce Thranduil. You have to introduce. They decided to also introduce Tauriel and Legolas. Then on top of that, you need to introduce the mayor and Alfred and Bart and his family. That also adds to the list of characters. You have to introduce Bolg, the son of Azog, also needs to be introduced. So we have a new antagonist that is now in conflict kind of with Legolas. And they're fighting back and forth here and there. They have to introduce Bjorn, also important. So the list just goes on. Like, you have so many characters, and as a result, like, every time you have introduced a new side character, you have to at least introduce him, or if you want to do it well, give him a bit of screen time, a bit of characterization. So that eats away the time for the others, and then they added all these nonsense, like this love triangle stuff. And then things get complicated. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. As a result, we barely learn more details or tales or characterization about the other characters, and they, like I said, feel a bit underdeveloped in this. Like, they felt too much like decoration in the background, the other dwarf companions. There's only the focus. It's clear that they are the main dwarf cast where the focus is on, but I feel like they could have done more here with the others in the second film. It's one of the reasons why I'm a bit disappointed. If you make an adaptation of the Hobbit trilogy, you have basically a book with I don't know how many characters, and the focus should be Thorin and his company, and Bilbo and maybe Gandalf, and everything else is just, not that important, I think. if you take so much time, especially to tell the story. I feel like they could have done much more here with the dwarven characters. But they decided to focus on the main cast, which is Balin, Thorin, Bilbo, Dwalin maybe a bit. You have maybe they give Bifur some lines. Was it Bofur? I think it's Bofur, not Bifur. Bofur some lines, and then they have to build up the other characters in parallel. This literally copied the Lord of the Rings Jackson trilogy. It was Jackson's idea. He failed there. I mean, he had little time, so like I said, I think Peter Jackson with more time maybe could have made this a lot better, but who knows? I was wondering if some sound bleeds through at times. Very strange. For instance, the death of the Balrog at the start of each movie. Oh no. Let me get my Blu-ray out. Okay. Before I forget it. Oh no, I had to take a work call and missed the whole ending. That's a bit unfortunate, but yeah. I hope you can keep up again. Or not keep up again, what do you call it? To rewatch it. See the ending. Complete it, that's the word I was looking for. I love the Lord of the Rings movies, but I just don't like Peter Jackson. I don't think Peter Jackson is the right guy for The Hobbit. He likes the scary stuff too much, and Hobbit should be way more silly, in my opinion. Yeah, there are for sure in structure some similarities between the Peter Jackson trilogy and The Hobbit for sure. And as good as The Lord of the Rings, yeah. I would agree. Peter Jackson tried, but it was in the end not that interesting. Not interesting. It was in the end not enough for 3 films, and then he managed to create too much stuff that, my opinion, was not that interesting. Using the stuff he added wasn't that interesting, like the love triangle didn't work out too well from my book, and so on. It's just, I don't know. They should have gone for 2 films or something. I think 2 films might have worked much better. And I don't mind the White Council stuff and Gandalf exploring Dol Guldur and so on. It makes complete sense. I feel like, yeah, that's a good addition. You can connect this a little bit. I never banished Sauron. Yeah, that's next. That is the next film. Galadriel and the White Council basically defeated Sauron in the third film, and then he has to leave Dol Guldur behind for some time. Yeah. Here, just read it up. In the Appendix B, we can read the White Council meets. Saruman agrees to attack on Dol Guldur since he now wishes to prevent Sauron from searching the river. Sauron, having made his plans, abandons Dol Guldur. The Battle of 5 Armies in Dale, Death of Thor, and so on. Don't want to spoil too much for the next film, but yeah, that's how this book here describes it. Okay, that's an interesting potential detail in the... Maybe not. Just trying to find it now. The Council of Elrond. Yet at last, as his shadow grew, Saruman yielded, and the council put forth its strength and drove the evil out of Mirkwood. And that was in the very year of finding of this ring. Strange chance, if chance it was. I myself dared to pass the doors of the necromancer Dol Guldur and secretly explore his ways, and found thus that our fears were true. He was none other than Sauron, our enemy of old, at length taking shape and power again. Some too will remember also that Saruman dissuaded us from open deeds against him, and for long we watched him only. Yet at last, as his shadow grew, Saruman yielded, and the council put forth his strength. Here it is, chat. And that message brought me hope. It was when it talks about Radagast bringing a message from Saruman. And that message brought me hope. For Saruman the White is the greatest of my order. Radagast is, of course, a worthy wizard, a master of shapes and changes of hue, and he has much lore of herbs and beasts, and birds are especially his friends. But Saruman has long studied the arts of the enemy himself, and thus we often been able to forestall him. It was by the devices of Saruman that we drove him from Dol Guldur. It might be that he had found some weapons that could drive back the Nine. I will go to Saruman, I said. So, yeah, in this particular section here in the Council of Elrond, like in the Peter Jackson films, Galadriel transforms into Super Galadriel and then banishes him or whatever. But interestingly, in the book version, as I just read, it's actually Saruman's devices. So, like I said, it was by the devices of Saruman that we drove him from Dol Guldur, says Lord of the Rings. Oh, Baldur's Fate, welcome, nice to see you. I'm way too late. Yeah, we just completed the film. We just watched it. Currently bit discussing the details of Dol Guldur and stuff. Let me see if I find the picture of Balin. Well, there's one I already have, Balin, of Throin. Here we have one, but there's a close-up picture of Thrain, the father of Thorin. So that is the early one. Here he has still both his eyes. He also looks younger in this than in the Erebor thing, even though the Erebor thing is later, actually. Like, the timeline is an absolute mess in the thing here. However, there is a close-up of him in Erebor, here, this one. And here you see, if we zoom in close, that his eye is his left eye is missing here. We see also his face tattoo, I would call it. Yeah, Thrain in Old Norse, he would be pronounced, I think, Throin. A good de-aging cream, yeah, maybe. Must be a really good one, because like we know from the books that he lost an eye in the battle. Like, I can try to find the passage in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, nonetheless, in the morning, Throin stood before them. He had one eye blinded beyond cure, and he was hauled with a leg wound. But he said, Good. We have the victory. Khazad-dûm is ours. But the answer, Durin said, you may be, but even with one eye you should see clearer. We fought this war for vengeance, and vengeance we have taken, but it is not sweet. If this is victory, then our hands are too small to hold it. But yeah, you see here he's losing, like in the book description, he's missing an eye. However, in this scene which we see which is in Erebor, this is before they were driven out of Erebor. So here he should have both eyes. And then they are driven out of Erebor and settle in the Blue Mountains. Just to switch here to the map or something. To the Blue Mountains and settle there. And then he, not he, but his father, Thror, makes a quest for Erebor, or for Moria basically, and goes to Moria. And there he's killed by Azog, and his head is cut off, and so on and so forth. And the messenger that accompanied Thror brought the message to the dwarves, and they were angered by this. And then the dwarves attacked the orcs in the Misty Mountains and killed all of them. And in the last battle of this fight, he lost his eye. So in Erebor, he should have had both eyes. And then in the battle, see, we have here the... Oh, I have to make this bigger again. In the battle, he... like, you see the same face tattoo as he has before, so those are the same. He seems to look a bit younger if you compare both shots with each other. This is actually from Desolation of Smaug, I think. Maybe Tauriel healed his eye. Yeah, that's a possibility, I think. So this is very strange. And then, in parallel, when he's held prisoner in Dol Guldur, he also has both eyes. Maybe they also changed the actor. I'm not sure on that, to be honest. But yeah, it's a bit strange. We discussed this in previous streams as well. It always fascinates me that this is kind of so weirdly messed up in the films. Like here we have another shot. If I zoom in a bit, you can also see that something is not right with his eye. Here we also see Thror, but he's standing in the background. He's also not that gray. You know what I mean? He looks less gray here. So it's clearly, like from the style and so on, it's clearly the same. It's really strange, chat. But yeah, I don't know, chat. Do you look forward to the next film? to the third one, which we'll watch in a week or so. Maybe next weekend. Also, the question is, shall I make a LotR Q&A stream on Sunday, chat? Or is this too much streaming? Then I'm not sure, chat. What your wishes are there for content here. But feel free to let me know here on the comments or somewhere. Also, if you haven't pressed the like button yet, feel free to do so as well. A LotR Q&A. So we discuss the LotR and you ask LotR questions. I try to answer them. Of course, related to Tolkien and Lord of the Rings stuff. Law. Yeah. Sometimes lore and law are very similar pronunciation-wise. I have to be careful to not switch them, but a LotR Q&A. For a LotR Q&A, I would need to ask... what's it called? Man. Name memory. Tolkien Law is his name, right? I think he's a lawyer, but that would be funny. I follow a lot of law tubers, yeah. Yeah, pronouncing law right is quite a bit of effort, especially like I think in the English pronunciation, the R is always the sound is a bit lost. It seems very similar in both, actually, now seeing it. It's actually very similar, the British pronunciation.
Law.
That is LotR.
Law.
That is law. The other one. The rules. The problem in the British pronunciation is that the R is, you know, sometimes almost silent. It makes it very different, even though the vowel is pronounced almost the same. You could make a laws in Middle Earth Q&A. I don't know much about law though. I would say your English is not the yellow from the egg, yes. I specialize in bird law myself, okay. But yeah, I don't know, chat. So, independent from my pronunciation problems coming to the word LotR, if I pronounce it more, United States, as the R is pronounced a bit stronger. Do you people even want a lore stream on Sunday? Tomorrow I can't offer it. It would be then Sunday if we would make another Q&A stream. Currently I can't imagine doing one because I feel very tired. Which I think is a good sign, just watching a movie with chat a bit and then relaxing. Also, sorry that I muted my microphone, forgot to unmute it for like 5 minutes, but that happens at times. Bilbo's conversations with Smaug were the highlight of the movie for me. Yeah, for sure. I would also say Bilbo Smaug worked quite well. I also like Bilbo Balin all the time. That definitely worked. I also found Beorn depiction quite okay. Always with any fans will get that. Charlie, Kelly, especially and Bird like okay. I could just close my eyes now, chat, and just fall asleep here. Fascinating. I don't know, I'm not sure why I'm so tired, but I'm really tired. That's also why I was quite quiet today during the watch party. Not only besides me muting myself like an idiot, but at the same time, Sherlock the Dragon and Bilbo Watson. But yeah, at the same time, it's also just being tired. Sauron could have used Smaug to terrible effect. But yeah, in this regard, I hope you found the watch party at least somewhat relaxing too as well. Even though it was not that heavy here on the commenting side by my today by me, but whatever. It was fun. Nice to hear. But it's an interesting question why the Black Arrow shooting the wind lens or whatever it's called, why it was not in Erebor and so on. That's a good question. Why just place it in Dale? I mean, the question is also, for what was it developed? Was it just there to, I don't know, repel foes? Maybe they ordered it and the dwarves made the arrows or whatever. I'm not sure what the what the lore behind it is. And the book it's called Black Arrow. Bart drew his bowstring to his ear. The dragon was circling back, flying low, and as he came, the moon rose above the eastern shore and silvered his great wings. "Arrow," said the bowman, "black arrow, I have saved you to the last. You have never failed me, and always I have recovered you. I had you from my father, and he from of old. If you ever came from the forges of the true king under the mountain, go now and speed well." The dragon swooped once more lower than ever, and as he turned and dived down, his belly glittered white with sparkling fires of gems in the moon, but not in one place. The great bow twanged. The black arrow sped straight from the string, straight for the hollow by the left breast, where the foreleg was flung wide. In it smote and vanished, barb, shaft, and feather. So fierce was its flight. With a shriek that deafened men, fell trees, and split stones, Smaug shot, spouting into the air, turned over and crashed down from on high in ruin. That's basically the description of the black arrow. Are dragons as powerful as balrogs? I guess it depends on the dragon, but I would say no. Both had their advantages in some way. I'm off now until next time. Thank you, Mark, for staying. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a good one, sleep well, and so on. And yeah, maybe we see each other soon again. On Sunday, maybe a lore stream if I make one. Not even on Calagon. Hard to tell. Calagon had its powers. I think Bart talks to the arrow before shooting its smoke. I have saved you last. Yeah, exactly, Joe. Just read the section there. I hope I was not muted, but exactly, that's what Calagon the Black is a dragon that appears in the legends of British writer Tolkien, and particularly in the novel Tolkien. Read by Morgoth in the depths of his fortress Angband, Calagon is present in the last battle of the Fallen of the Age, the first flying dragon to appear in the story. It also marks a turning point in Tolkien's physical evolution of this species. So, not the first dragon, which was, Glaudung was the first father of dragon, the first dragon, but he couldn't fly. How long will you be streaming? Today not that long, like we're already going for 4+ hours and I'm tired and I need to be rested tomorrow. I also would like, before we start tomorrow at 14, I think, to be kind of fit. Tomorrow is like an Elden Ring little Elden Ring event from a small, I think at least small streamer, and I'm invited to play a round of Elden Ring bingo there. I will stream it tomorrow too on my channel, yes, so I will be online, but in German. It's a German event. So yeah, I will be also offline relatively soon. That I can already spoil. Because I'm also feeling very tired right now, which is good, because that means I can go to bed soon. That's pretty nice. The movie stated that Gideon's arrow shot dislodged Smaug's scale. Is that in the book too? I think no, it is not in the books. I mean, the explanation I like, to be honest. I think that's a cool idea. I think in the book it is when Bilbo sees Smaug, he sees that the scale is loose or something like that. We see the scene in the film as well. Maybe he tells Bard or something. I forgot exactly how it worked in the book, to be honest. But I think it's not explained that Gideon's shot was responsible for like one scale. He just missed a scale in this particular place. Like his only weak spot, basically. And as I read from the quote I just gave you, his black, he could see it. He saw this hole because he was glittering at his belly, and there was one place where it was not glittering, so he could actually kind of see it, and then he shot the arrow into it, into this little hole, and killed Smaug this way. You should do a Return to Moria stream sometime. Yeah, I think I did a stream when it came out and played it a stream or two. Not sure if it was on this channel, on the games channel, to be honest. And Zero still has a save game of that. I played through it recently. It was pretty fun. Nice. Glad you enjoyed the game. I also felt when I tested it when it came out, it was pretty decent, to be honest. Though the problem is, in this particular genre, I think there are so many stronger options than that. But if you like Lord of the Rings and the genre of what you call a survival crafting co-op games, then, especially if you can play it with friends or so, you can have a good time with that game as well. Until next week. Until next week, Murray. I'm sure if, like I said, eventually I stream Sunday here again, and we'll talk about some general lore topics from Tolkien's world, as always. If you want to play Return to Moria again and need a fellow dwarf, hit me up. Yeah, it's a pretty mid as a survival crafter, but good as a Lord of the Rings game. Agreed. Exactly. That's basically how I felt. Especially after some disappointments in regarding the Lord of the Rings stuff that came out. It was nice to see a somewhat decent game. I think next year they moved the release date. Will be Tales of the Shire, I think it's called, which is like it seems like a cozy game for the most part. I will look into it, I think. The problem is a bit, I know this for 100% this is not a game for me. Because, I don't know, it might not be my cup of tea. Usually I need a bit more action in my games than this. I didn't like that they first released it to Epic, yeah. That was a bit annoying with like a lot of games. The problem is, I guess Epic paid them. A scouring of the Shire as a metrical horror would be so much fun. That would be an interesting idea. That for sure. Is Return to Moria still only on let me just let me just look it up. Yeah, no, it's released on Steam by now. I have it on Epic though because I wanted to make an early video. So I had to get it there. But I think they are compatible though. No, it's on Steam. Okay. It might be on. Yeah, it might be cross-platform. That could be true. Yeah, I think I'm not sure though if it's Steam is a Steam version and the Epic version are now really compatible or not. But I think I read something like that. No, they are okay. Good to know. Played with a friend. It has it on Steam. Okay. And that's good to know. But also, I remember reading that it's compatible, but I wasn't yet. Some time ago, I wasn't 100% sure. Survival Crafter jump scare messed up. Okay, chat. Anyway, thanks for the stream. Yeah, thank you for joining, Radagast. Unfortunately, you got to go to make dinner. Have a good one. I tried super chatting, but I couldn't figure out my password. Yeah, that's sometimes a problem. But thank you for considering this. I fix it next time. Thank you so much. But yeah, have a good one, Radagast. There will be other streams. Either next week, in a week, we'll do the third Hobbit film. That will be fun. And the third Hobbit film definitely has some good moments, in my opinion. Don't forget to feed the Roscobel rabbits. That's definitely a good hint. Definitely is. So, I don't know if there's other stuff left to do, chat. Thanks, have a good night all. Yeah, so let me just get here my end screen to just now come officially to an end. Thank you so much. It was a lot of fun, even though I was a bit low energy today. I was really tired. And that's why I'm also looking forward to go to sleep now. And stuff like that. So we will be maybe back Sunday. I still have to think how exhausted I am after us. The problem is a bit I have Sunday also some stuff to do, so I'm not 100% sure if it works out in the evening or not. Well, it's a bit a surprise. If I'm not in chat tomorrow, good luck. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, tomorrow, like I said, for the German viewers, there's like an Elden Ring thing. Will be streamed on the German Twitch channel. And on Sunday, like I said, potentially I schedule another Tolkien lore discussion, Tolkien lore discussion stream. But we will, like I said, it's not 100% clear if that will happen. Maybe. Depends a bit on stuff. But yeah, thank you for pressing the like button. Also, like if you haven't subscribed yet, do this as well. Would be much appreciated too. Recommend me further. Maybe if you watch this as a VOD or so, leave a comment. I think that was not my most interesting chat here, this watch party, to be honest. But I have some time to prepare for the next year watch parties. But still, was kind of cool watching the Hobbit films. Now the second one here. Definitely has its moments as well. So have a good night, or some people go get dinner or something like this. So have a good one there as well. Enjoy your dinner and have a fantastic rest of the day, or sleep well. Good night. See you people next time. Goodbye.